We're on.
Good evening. Welcome to the July 23rd, 2026 Planning Board meeting. This meeting will be broadcast live and recorded by Foxborough Cable Access. There may be people who will either Zoom in or testify on any matter that's up before the board via television, so just be aware of that. And without any further ado, we will begin our meeting. Want to do a planner's report?
Sure. We've received no further applicants for the alternate member position, so there will be a joint planning board meeting on August 18th between yourselves and the select board to consider the individual who did submit the application. And also, this is obviously my last planning board meeting for Foxborough, so thank you all for all of your guidance, all of your support, all of your suggestions. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you all, so thank you.
Well, thank you as well. So
thanks. Grant projects. We had rejection from the Mass Trails grant, which is a little disappointing. Apparently, it did factor in that we didn't meet with MassDOT, even though they were supposed to connect us with MassDOT, so that was a little bit disappointing, but they also have some other substantive feedback, so we'll see where that goes. We'll have a call next week to discuss the rationale. We did just sign the grant paperwork for the Mass Gaming Commission Tourism Partnership Grant. This will be the final grant that we submit for. It's tiny, it's $17,500. It's enough to wind down the partnership and see if we can hand it off to the private sector partners to see if they see the value in it. For what it's worth, I don't have the numbers yet, but our consultant did tell me that the huge ad campaign that we did over last autumn and winter, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, placements in New York Magazine, Yankee Magazine, etc., that it did drive significant traffic to the websites, to the itineraries, to some of the local businesses that we're hoping to support through the program. So hopefully our partners will see the benefit in it and continue that partnership in some capacity. But at this point, the money's running dry at Mass Gaming, and town staff only have so much capacity to carry forth a program like this. So final grant. The Small Business Sign and Facade Program, we do have 8 applicants. I'm hoping to issue award letters to them tomorrow. They've all been cleared in every other way. Everybody's going to get something because a lot of the requests were below the $5,000 cap, so I have some extra money to play with, and we'll probably be able to fund people above the $5,000 cap because some of the signs came in so low. So that's good news. And again, this past round, I did submit for the community planning grant for the update to the R15 district. Pending amendments to Chapter 40A may render that moot, but the application's in anyway, so if we get it, we may as well use it. It's in. Preliminary special town meeting articles, I have submitted placeholders for these already. The date has been established as November 9th. Solar and battery energy storage, I'm going to leave you with a draft of this. Either you can pull it all to pieces and create something completely different, or you can use that and run with it. My successor is more than welcome to do whatever they want with it. I'm not married to the language at all. And I'm going to be sending it out to Barney and also to fire prevention to make sure that everybody gets their eyes on it and everybody's comfortable with it. Chapter 40A amendments from the fiscal year 27 budget and economic development bill. I sent you a little bit of information about that. Basically, there are some real significant zoning reforms that are being passed through. In one case, a very atypical vehicle, but that doesn't matter. They're still state law. So we need to absorb the changes, get some legal interpretation of those changes, and try to get ourselves into compliance at the next town meeting. The Neponset rezoning, we did have one community engagement event this week. We had some pretty interesting feedback. Seems like at least the attendees of that session were still kind of on the overlay district path. We'll see what next week has to offer. There's one more of those sessions, July 27th at 6:30 p.m. at the community center. Finally, the last article that is proposed for fall town meeting is data centers. I've attached a draft so you can look at it. Barney got this over to me. I only had one minor change to it, but it defines data center / data processing facility. It amends a definition for research and development to exclude data centers from that definition specifically, and it amends the table of uses to add the letter N, meaning not allowable, under each of the zones within Foxborough. So this is, in effect, a total ban on data centers within the town of Foxborough. So we chose to do that path rather than the more sophisticated and technical approach that you're seeing in Mansfield, just because I think that we have some better prospective sites, and they're in areas that are less than ideal for that kind of use, considering they butt a lot of residences. So that's what's coming up down the pike. I'm also going to leave the draft of my planning board rules and regulations in whatever shape it's in. I'm sorry. That one has been on the back burner for a while, and it's been a crazy couple of weeks. So I'll leave whatever I develop with the staff here, and they can continue to tweak and massage it over the summer. The long-range projects continue to be the special residential and age-restricted housing items. I still consider those to be a high priority. I hope that my successor does as well, given the demographics of Foxborough. And the second one is that R15 district update. The final item is the one that I think a lot of people here are here to discuss, and that's the Lawson Farms concerns. I've been forwarding a lot of the correspondence your way surrounding this. You're aware of some of the problems that the residents are facing. I mean, a lot of it is the slow pace, the lack of communication, missed deadlines that were submitted and walked back, quality of the work, et cetera. Just as an overview for you all and anybody who might be listening at home, we are limited in our options with regard to slow developers. The board does have the ability to reject requests from the developer to reduce the construction bond, but it must show evidence that that their request for the reduction would leave us with not enough money to complete the roadway, because the sole purpose of that account is to complete construction if for whatever reason the developer does not. Because the roadway still belongs to the developer, there have been a lot of issues regarding liability and enforcement. So I did have a long conversation with the police chief about that. Basically, they're stuck in a limbo right now where the police are not able to enforce certain things because it's not a public roadway. The developer is not as responsive as they could be when it comes to posting signage and, representing themselves as the owners to the police department to request action and things like that. And this is something, this is one project, and we'll discuss directly, but I think that there's some lessons for future projects, potentially subdivisions that are approved near the stadium. It might make sense to have some special conditions that reflect some of what people here are experiencing. The timelines in this situation are probably, and I'm going to knock on wood, they're probably a one-off, but extensions into the future, a lot of that depends on, I think, past performance by developers too. And we didn't know then what we know now in terms of the planning board's extension. But when it comes to specifically like game day event traffic and the liability concerns that these residents are facing, it makes sense to consider what some of the approaches could be with regard to requiring no parking signage and the responsibility of the developer to take whatever actions they can to restrict non-residential and non-construction related traffic from the site. So with that, I'll pass it back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
you did say that you would allow them to speak tonight a little bit, and plus I think the developer's representative is on too.
oh, very good. Yes, we will. It's I'm just trying to see if where we are here under action items. That's all. So 438, 440 South Street lot release from Covenant. That's not this.
No.
No.
No, this is under my planner's report, but it also falls under active subdivisions.
Okay. And so.
We're right on the active subdivisions.
Okay, so is there anything there that we need to discuss about that, or no? It's just,
Well, I would like to discuss if the developer's representative is on the air. I think he's supposed to be zooming in. Absolutely specifically the signage, because we are entering the concert season specifically, and any other considerations that could be made to event day traffic. And I know that the residents were eager to get an updated timeline for construction activities and when they could expect to see the real fruits of construction, right? Like, obviously, there's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of walking the site, but I think that they're kind of impatient for action, so.
so, is that Mr. Buckley? Is he representing them?
Yeah, he's the engineer for the project.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and
Evening.
gentlemen. My name is Bill Buckley from the Colony Group. So I talked to my client after Catherine had sent us some information on it. And what he's told me that he is willing to do is several things. The first is on other projects where he's had, where it's a private road, as Catherine pointed out, the police have limited authority to go in and enforce rules. So what he has done in the past in other towns, and he's willing to do in Foxborough, is to give the police department written permission to go on his property, which is the roadway, and to enforce regulations such as no parking signs during stadium events, which he has said that he will put up as well, if that's what the police chief and the board want to happen. So put up no parking signs during stadium events, which are actually in, at least in my subdivision, and I live near the stadium, and they've been up, and they seem to work pretty well, other than when you have guests, and then you have to tell the police that those are not stadium parking, they're your guests. As far as when the work is going to be done, we've had 2 site walks with the town's staff, including planning and DPW, in order to come up with a list of the items that they want to see. We know it needs to be completed, sidewalks, some curbing, top coat, et cetera, but the roadway's been there for a few years, so there's areas where where it's going to be cut out. The pavement will be cut out full depth and relayed. That was the major thing. One of the detention basins needs to be regraded, and all those different items. I don't have the list in front of me, but we agreed to everything that the DPW asked us to do, and that will be completed. The goal is to get that completed this construction season, because the intent is to get the roadway finished and top coated this year, so that next fall town meeting, the roadway can be put up for acceptance as a public way. Letters were sent out to the neighbors the end of June, I think, the beginning of this month, to let them know that the work is going to be started, and so that they are not surprised when it's done, as well as alerting them to get work done in their yards that might require heavy equipment to go over curbing, sidewalks, et cetera, which have been damaged in the past by work done on individual lots. So that's just a heads up for them. So that was not even 30 days ago. We're probably looking at the beginning of August to start getting curbing done would be the initial thing, and then starting to cut out. The next would be to start cutting out pavement, fixing those areas, and then the final pavement. I do not have dates yet. The dates have not been set with the contractors yet. But again, the intent is to get it done this season. So that's the response, is we're willing to turn over authority to the Foxborough Police to come on private property and enforce the no parking signs during stadium events, which he'll put up. And we intend to get the work done and complete the roadway, including all top, this construction season.
So, Mr. Buckley, when you say give permission, does that mean that if that would be if individuals who live on the roadway as it exists today have to call and say, hey, listen, there's people parking here? Or is he going to ask for and pay for a detail to be there to prevent people from doing that?
He is not intending to ask for and pay for a detail to do that. But I guess people could call in and say, hey, there's people parking here. And that would be part of the discussion with the police chief to see what he wants, how he wants to handle it. But as of right now, no, an additional detail is not part of the plan.
Because, from my understanding of the limited knowledge I have of this, there's definitely been people who park there, then they go on to the stadium event and they abandon their automobile, not abandon it, but they leave their car parked there. And by that time, I mean, what happens? I mean, so even, let's say there's signage and then a neighbor calls up and says, hey, this guy's parked in front of my driveway or right in front of my house or whatever. Having the police officers come, does that give them the opportunity, do they get to tow that car or give it a ticket or what's that? I'm not diminishing the intent of the applicant, but I'm trying to understand what it's going to mean.
I don't know. I don't know what the question is. I can just tell you where I live. We've had cars park there and then clearly walking to a Patriots game, and then the police are called and they take care of it. And sometimes, I can think of one time where they actually called the guy and said, there was a Foxborough person who lived like on Beach Street or something. And they said, get back here and move your car, or, I don't know if they said they were going to ticket it, tow it, or whatever. But that could be part of the discussion with the police chief, see what his intent is. I don't know what authority they have. I don't know how they normally handle that. But
Well, Mr. Buckley, honestly, I'd like to see discussion as far as a detail being on site as well. I think it's pertinent that that be taken care of. This subdivision's been in progress for several years. Hopefully, it's going to be wrapped up and accepted within a year's time. We're talking, maybe 20 events between now and then? I'd like to see it with a detail put in front of it at the entrance to the property.
Before we go any further on that conversation, can we have some clarification on, in a normal situation, the planning board wouldn't even be discussing this because pertaining to roads, it would be to the road commissioners, which is the select board.
That's right.
In this particular case, I'm not even sure what latitude, other than just leverage against, the bonds themselves, the performance guarantee itself, we would have to even impose those kind of conditions.
Yeah, the planning board's powers in this case are not significant, and that's the frustrating thing about this. There was one extension granted by the planning board. If you had known then what you know now, probably that would not have been granted. And then 2 extensions from the state that are just because it was COVID era, and they wanted to make sure that because of the backlog in construction that things were done. We were pretty shocked that they extended again, to be honest with you.
Personally, what I'm hearing here seems like something that would be handled administratively through public safety.
Yeah, I don't know the process for that myself, to be honest with you. But I do know that the planning board's role here is pretty minor. But things like having the discussion with the developer about the concerns that just keep coming up again and again and
Certainly.
again. Because it's still a subdivision, because it's still a private roadway, they're concerns that we need to be aware of, we need to plan for in the future in case this happens again. Again, with the stadium events, it's just, it's not typical for towns, and sometimes we do have blind spots. So it's important to hear and to consider what we can do in the future. But I definitely appreciate as an engineer for Bill to be here to discuss the project in more detail. Requesting timelines is certainly within our ability. We can continue to poke on the back end. We are hearing a lot of chatter. Like, there is a lot that's going on in the background, and I know that it's frustrating because it's not tangible. And I also know that it's no guarantee that there's going to be a shovel hitting the ground anytime soon. But it does seem, because of the scale and the technicality of what is being discussed, that there is imminent construction activity starting. And again, they do have a final deadline of next year, so it would behoove them to begin work as quickly as they can to meet that deadline.
So now, could we request a list of the open items that need to be finished and a timeline?
We can certainly make any request, and Bill, who's on the other end, if you wouldn't mind supplying us with a timeline as you know it now. I know that there are still some uncertainties when it comes to when the contractors can exactly start. But as soon as those details are known, and until then, just an estimate of like this month or that month kind of thing, just giving some latitude, just so people kind of know what to expect in the coming months.
As soon as, I expect to be in the next week or two, as soon as the work has been scheduled and the contractors have been engaged, we'll get that information to you. But with the understanding, and I know you understand it, is, there's, if they say, oh, be in the other week of the 10th or whatever it is, and we estimate, 10 days. It might not be the 10 days. It might not be the 10th. It depends on weather. It depends on other things. If there's an emergency on another job, things get slid. But we will get you that information as soon as we have it, which I would expect to be shortly. And again, the intent. And there is a significant financial reason why he wants to get it done this year, and that is because he is obligated to sand and remove snow, which is, tens of thousands of dollars if you have a winter like we just had. So there is not just the fact that you'll be holding a certain amount of money back, but there also is that impetus to get it done to get it accepted prior to the next winter. He's already obligated for this winter, but that'll be the next winter.
Right.
So this is not a hearing, it's a discussion, but if there are people who live on these streets who would like to give us your perspective and give us any further detail that, would be germane, we're happy to hear what you have to say. And make sure you have to go to the microphone, give us your name, street address.
Hi, everybody. Bill Stiles, 2 Conway Lane. I'm sure I'm notorious at this point for the many, many emails I've sent. First off, Catherine, I just want to say thank you for taking all of those emails, especially with the seriousness you have when you're a week away from departure, and I hope whatever's next is great. But thank you to the board for taking this seriously. The detail is obviously something that sounds like it's semi-germane to the conversation here, but may need other organizations to be involved. But just for the caveat, we had 35, 40 cars parked on the road during the World Cup game that was recent. I think we all know the popularity of the band that's coming next Wednesday. We fully expect to have a similar situation approach again. It's leading to situations that really aren't safe. We have kids that bike on the road. We have kids, we have 30 plus kids on the street. It's not conducive to a safe environment for the neighborhood. So I agree with the sentiment around a detail, but certainly anything that can be done ahead of next Wednesday when there's a major concert event happening, that the time-sensitive nature of that I think is rather serious. Additionally, looking at the overall construction, one issue is the timeline, and I think the residents aren't necessarily looking for this will happen on the 10th and this will happen on the 12th. We're looking for a general timeline of completion. It's the Domino's pizza tracker. is what we're looking for. We're looking to tell us, like, what stage are we in? What can we generally expect? We're not expecting people to pave when it's pouring rain out. We know enough about it at this stage in the game to understand that. We just want a general timeline of when we can expect that. One question I do have is the 12/1/27 current deadline that exists. Is that a deadline for the road to be accepted by the town or a deadline for the work to be completed?
That's the deadline for acceptance, correct?
It's to be completed, but, yeah.
Okay.
But the, I know that, we have to wait a year for the pavement to, to be laid before the town can accept it.
Right.
So-
So there's a reality where if this was not poured until, if this happened right before the end of pouring season, it might not be accepted till late 2028.
Potentially.
Potentially.
If that's the case. If she knows the subdivision stuff better than I do, for what it's worth.
Right, and I appreciate the clarity there. The reason I ask is just, at a base value here, what we're talking about is that if a 7th grader moved into phase 1 where every resident has been there for 6+ years, they're graduating high school and have never walked on a completed sidewalk in the street. The promise you make when you build a development is to develop it and for it to be what you promise within a reasonable amount of time. And I think we're at a point where we're beyond a reasonable amount of time, and I understand the legalities here. I know the board is limited. I know the state extended things. I certainly empathize with all of those aspects. Whatever components there can be to continue to poke and prod as we push forward here, we strongly encourage you to do, because just looking at what's legal is one aspect and what is legally allowed. What's right here has long since been gone. And we're just beyond the pale at this point, where it's, where many of us are into year 6 of, ever increasing property taxes and not receiving some of the benefits that go along with them. There's just a multitude of things where I understand that the developer has responsibilities and the snow is certainly a cost. We're all incurring costs that we're not seeing any benefit for. And he's incurring costs that are related to delays that there is a level of control over. The other thing I wanted to flag is just that there are certain pieces of the development that should be maintained in better ways. We had a long thread in January around some really dilapidated work that was completed, essentially a sinkhole in front of my house, as well as some grates falling apart. I could put my entire leg into some of the grate in behind some of the storm drains where a kid could have fallen in. And we want to make sure that there's maintenance happening in the appropriate fashion that it should happen to maintain the quality of the road, to make sure things don't continue to be damaged so that we're not then delaying further the acceptance of the road. Lastly, there has long been the conversation around access to the state park in the back and an access road. That doesn't seem like anything that would be germane to considerations of delay in relation to cost or what have you. It seems like plotting that out, determining where it is and laying it out. And not having that at this stage when it was something that, again, was promised in the developer's marketing materials is something that is, again, beyond the pale, where people are either having to offer their property to cut through or people are not getting the access to things that were promised. At face value, again, this is a human issue, not a lawful issue. But I think that anything we can do to continue to poke and prod would be very much appreciated by all the residents. And I appreciate the time to talk.
Hey everyone, Aaron Shapiro, 6 Goodwin. Just to give some details of that last World Cup game where there was a lot of cars, I think Bill said 30 or so. I witnessed several things. One gentleman who was leaving the neighborhood backed into another car and then just drove off. Before or as the chaos was happening with all the cars driving in, somebody almost hit the car that was being driven by the nanny of my kids. My 2-year-old was in the car and almost got hit by this person. As people were walking back, people were smoking drugs. So it was, very pleasant experience as this was all going on. And of course, I talked to one of the officers that came by because somebody called the cops, and he basically told me his hands are tied, right? So I very much would like at least some type of signage. I actually spoke to Ron Bomvie a couple of days later, who told me he's willing to do all the things that Mr. Buckley just said. But, you know, the thing is, from my perspective, right, I've been at this house since December 2019. I was the second family to move in. You know, now we're in July 2026. Still kind of in a very similar situation. There's just more houses, right? There's been a ton of delays and delays and delays and delays. So what I'm very much focused on is, and I don't know who, you made the comment about like having limited power here. So I don't really know what the next step is. Like, we sent an email to the chief. That was 2 weeks ago. He never responded. It sounds like, Catherine, you had a conversation with him.
Yeah, he did call me to discuss it.
Yeah.
And if I might clarify, I was referring to specifics related to hiring a detail or this board not having the authority to do that, not anything to do with the conditions related to the performance bond itself.
Okay. Well,
You can make that distinction.
right. Well, I'm focused mostly, at least right now, is on signage or whatever to keep
Yeah.
people out of the neighborhood during games. And I mean, a detail is great because, I mean, first off, I see it all around the area around North Street, which seems
Right.
very effective. I mean, and to be quite honest with you, and going off of what Mr. Buckley said about the snow season, if there's a detail being paid for, I would assume that is extra motivation to get the development done, right? And so, all I'm saying at the end of the day is, I mean, do we have to send emails? Do we have to talk to somebody? Or is this going to happen in the background? I'm trying to understand effectively the enforcement of getting the sign done. You know, if in 2
let me
weeks
just ask
nothing's
this.
happening.
Do we know that is going to be within public safety in advance of next week, next concert coming, that there's going to be a conversation to that effect?
The chief said that he believes he can enforce the removal of Ubers from the site. He said that there were challenges with the parking situation. I don't know if this letter would be enough for him
Okay.
to do so. I think that that's further conversation that's needed with the chief when it comes to the parking situation. I wish I could have an answer, but with the letter, that's throwing me through a loop because that wasn't what he
I
was
think
saying.
in normal protocol, in normal circumstances, in advance of events at Route 1, whether it's run-of-the-mill football, whether it's soccer, whether it's concerts, is that it is the police chief's discretion to determine where those particular, you can call them details or roadblocks or whatever, and you see them all over the place, you know what they are. It's his discretion to determine where they will be or where they won't be. You probably know there were more for World Cup than have ever been the case in the past for concerts, even large-scale concerts. And sometimes there were the signage with barrels through neighborhood traffic or resident traffic only without an individual there. So there's different ways to do it, and maybe that's the case, but I just don't think that it would be within this board's authority to make that determination.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's not why I was asking. I just wanted to know what Mr. Buckley knew about how far Mr. Bombi was willing to proceed. And, you know, I know it's not a public way, but I think that if there are things like drug use, public intoxication, things like that, I don't think it matters whether it's a private way or not.
No, that does not.
Yeah.
The police chief was very
So-
clear that if you see people using drugs or you suspect a DUI or something like that, that the police can enforce.
Yeah, I mean,
Between now and Wednesday, who talks to the chief to figure out what?
I
to
can
do?
do so. I can do so tomorrow.
Right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at, right? Who's gonna get the ball rolling on that? Whose responsibility it is? I mean, I'm happy to send another email, but I don't know if it's gonna do something. I feel like it has to be on Ron's end. do
I think it
something.
makes sense for me to reach out to Ron and his engineer who's on the call and copy the police chief in and tell them that there needs to be some kind of discussion. I'll leave it to them if they want to talk individually or with you, but I will also copy my staff in, so whatever is said it can come out of that. But hopefully they will allow for neighborhoods, participants as well. I think it would be in their best interest to do so. But I'll send an email as soon as tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I get some kind of
And I'm
connection.
happy to have any discussion with the chief and Ron. Yeah, I think when I talked to Ron, he even suggested doing an in-person meeting, which is fine, but again, it's just getting the ball rolling and seeing what can happen here, right? Because I think that would go a long way, at least cover one of the many issues that are percolating, but have been percolating in this development, so.
Well, certainly the one that's most imminent.
Yeah.
Yes, most imminent, and I will say, we're kind of my house is affected probably a little bit more than some of the others just because they're higher up into the neighborhood, so this is kind of high up on my mind. But hopefully we can take care of it, because another thing that was mentioned in the emails was that when people were in the neighborhood 2 weeks ago, they were taking pictures of street signs and other stuff, so I'm speculating here, but I don't know if this is something where it's like, ooh, we found a new spot to go to during the event, so. Anyways, okay. That's all I want to say, thank you.
Yep. Honestly, my opinion on the taking pictures of the street signs, where most of these people were coming from out of town, and they probably did that so they could reference it
Remember where the car is.
to get back to it.
I do that.
Because that's not a crowd that's going to be attending concerts and football games. So at least I would hope that was the case, that they were not.
Yes, please.
Thank you, board members. Chris Massenberg. I'm actually new to Foxborough. I'm married in. Mackenzie Elliott is my wife. She's not a good public speaker, so she's making me do it. So I think, obviously, what you've heard so far, communication is the key, and an active communication where you're asking for and expecting to get responses, so that when you don't get responses, there's a record and there's a history that can say, why didn't this happen and why haven't you fulfilled these obligations? Since we moved in November of '24, we used to live over on Beach Street, and we moved over in November 24. The roads become worse. We live in an area, 16 Goodwin Drive, where it's a beautiful place. Foxborough is a wonderful place. I'm a New Orleans guy, so the weather's much better, if you can believe that, cooler. But we get drainage issues, right? So the trash from the neighborhood and things come in because the curbing hasn't been finished. I know there's construction. We're patient with it. We understand you got to go pick up garbage from time to time for a little while, but there's going to be an end. So that's the hope, right? There's an end. There's a deadline. There's that end. And I have no problem communicating with Mr. Bonvy or anyone that's involved with it. But if those are the deadlines and those are the things we're looking for, then it's important to also know right now the road is worse than when we moved in November 24, much worse. We have the sidewalks done in front of our house, but it's the literal sidewalk to nowhere. And we have the drainage issues. So those things will eventually be rectified, I'm sure. But we have attractive nuisances. We have a little baby kid, and I have 2 grown daughters, so I don't have kids running around just yet. But I know in the neighborhood, if you have sidewalks and you have a little neighborhood like we have, it's the kind of neighborhood that your kids should be able to ride their bikes around and play without you having to worry about them falling into a pit or going off into a construction area where there's kind of fun things laying around. And so when is that going to be done, and when is that going to be handled? And there's an old saying, it's not the technical golden rule, but I call it the golden rule. And it's he who has the gold makes the rules. And so to the extent that the board has the gold on this, and that bond is requested to be released more and more, understanding with communication being given and the deadlines and requests that need to be made, if Mr. Bonvy is going to put up with the help, as promised, signage, if he's going to communicate with the chief and we're going to have these other issues, that just came up. So there's a lot of emails, there's a lot of communication about it. Even with that, it hasn't been done yet, and I appreciate all the efforts. We're all very grateful for any efforts. We're not trying to push and being dogmatic. We like a curb that's this color and at this time. We just want our kids to be safe. We don't want a bunch of outsiders coming into our neighborhood and parking and waiting on the street because that makes us feel unsafe. We want at least something to be, if the chief can't do it, the police can't do something directly, Mr. Bonvy should be allowing them to do that and making that a priority so that that can be done. Construction and progress needs to be made, and if we send emails and ask for updates, and we've made those records and continue to make those records, and you guys and gals continue to make those records. I'm sorry if I use any wrong terms as a Southerner. It's a little different. But if we continue to make those records and requests, then we have something to go back to and say, all right, if you want to release more, not us, you, to release more money, then why haven't you made these commitments you made, why haven't they been fulfilled? And what have you done? That's all. I think the key is communication. It started here. I think this is a very important part and start of it. And we thank each of you for all your efforts that you make and for listening to us. And this is my first time speaking at a planning board meeting, so I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you.
I would like to give just a little hot off the presses. Our town manager is watching the meeting tonight. She has been in conversation with the acting police chief. They're going to see what they can do about details during the expected large event. So he's going to iron out some logistics on that. So I can't make any like absolute promises, but it's a good thing that she was watching and she was able to text around too.
And then, Catherine, thank you very much for responding to all the emails so much. I do also want to say that I appreciate it.
And I apologize for the occasional delays. It's been an absolute whirlwind the last 2 weeks trying to get everything wrapped up here.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Alexandria Simons, 18 Goodwin. So you mentioned that you had received a response from the town manager. Who's going to bear the cost of those details? Since Mr. Bombi doesn't sound like he wants to do that.
I don't know yet. I'm just reading
wanted
out.
to make that known.
Yeah. No, I would imagine that
Because if
there will be more communication off of this shortly.
If we're allowed to have the details and he doesn't want to pay it, and then that essentially falls back on the taxpayers, right?
It would, yeah. It would,
Yeah.
I mean,
But not your neighborhood directly.
Right. Other taxpayers.
Yeah.
I'll be brief. Matt Monahan, 14 Conway Lane. Last time I was here was 2013 when I lived on Payson Road, 44 Payson. Gabby might remember me. We got the speed humps done on North and Payson to try and slow down traffic. I was also very instrumental in helping to finish the Wasson Pavilion. Sharon was a dear friend of mine and helped us with those projects, and she was tremendous. So I'm coming back to you years later just to reiterate what these folks have all said. I've been pretty quiet. I've only been in the neighborhood for 2 years. These guys have been fighting the good fight for over a decade at this point, so I've sort of taken a back seat. But I invite any of you to come down and look at this neighborhood. I mean, it's a shame. I've only been there 2 years. The path's not even close to done. I doubt he's even gonna do it. The roads are a disaster. I'm one of the ones that has kids on bikes and kids running around. The sidewalks aren't done. The grates to the sewer are filled with crap. Dirt, rock, so the water just rushes down, and it all, near your house, it pools up to a lake. Literally, when some of these big storms come in, it's a disaster. And then it leaves all the rock, stone, dirt in the roadways. I've had to fill potholes myself. I have to go with my hand mower and mow the bus stop at the entrance because the grass grows so long and the kids are sitting in this grass. It's absurd. So all I'm asking for you guys to do is hold him accountable. Just do the best you can within your power, within your means, to hold him accountable to deadlines and finish this project. Again, I've only been there for about 24 months. These folks have been dealing with this for 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, trust me when I say this, we are trying. We are trying desperately to get this
I
to.
spoke to Tracy before when she was on the board.
Right.
We just have to start acting now.
Well, the only leverage we have is reduction of bond, and we have specific guidelines we have to follow on that too, which makes it difficult. We can't just say, no, you don't get your money until you do this. We have to follow criteria, and that makes it a little more difficult for us, but.
Just hear our frustration.
Oh, believe me, we do. We do. We've walked the site, we've driven the site, I sympathize with you personally with it. It's a mess.
Hi, everybody. Brian Kirby, 7 Conway Lane. We moved in March 2020. I got a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, so do the math. My daughter basically has been growing up in this neighborhood her whole life. We go for bike rides after dinner every night, and we have to deal with all this. But I think a key point, I kind of have a request after listening to everyone. Would it be out of our purview to have like a bi-weekly meeting? I know Buckley mentioned a list of items, so we check in, like, how are you doing on that list of items? And then if they keep pushing it, we have a record, to his point, of, how many times they're pushing this. So it's really just a request. Can we get like a bi-weekly cadence communication, like?
So I can't commit to anything like that, because usually that would be something that I would be doing. I'm stepping out of my role. There will be a vacancy for about a month, by which point you hopefully will see some activity. Other than me, on the planning side, there's part-time Gabby and half of Diana's time, who's not even here tonight, unfortunately. She couldn't make it. So we have a very, very, very small staff. I don't think that we'll have capacity without a director to do so. But absolutely, like, as things roll in that say, like, this is the estimated timeline, or these are some changes that are foreseen given contractor availability or whatever it may be, we will push those out to the residents, make sure that you're aware. But I can't commit to like a bi-weekly, just because I know how strapped our staff is, plus the state just dropped a massive amount of reform on our laps.
What if we held a bi-weekly meeting with Bonby and had your support?
I mean, you're welcome to do so. I don't think you need the planning board's
to
support.
that way they could provide a list of things. He mentioned some things on this call here, some dates. I'd love to just review that every 2 weeks. How's that going? Like, we're in the dark. Like, people are always asking. I've been there for 6 years. Like, what's going on with the neighborhood? I don't know. I have no clue. There's this email chain seemed like it was almost a reaction too, because Bill had seen that, the lack of us speaking up was complacency. That's definitely not the case. My family's been here. My wife, my 2 kids have been here for 6 years. It's been tough. We've lived through the winters. Like, the plowing situation during the winters, he's paid for it. It hasn't been great. We got hills. They're not like fully salted. Cars are sliding on the road. It's been 6 years for us. So, if we just get something to commit to, rather than like, we will communicate more. Like, can we just say tonight, let's do every 2 weeks?
Can I, if I?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So as part of our agenda for the planning board, we have active subdivisions. So we could include that as part of the active subdivisions discussion. So that's a standing, item in the agenda. So we could do that then. So.
And is that a recurring meeting you have?
It's this meeting.
The planning board meeting, which we meet twice a month, the second and the fourth Thursday.
Okay, yeah. I think that would be great.
As long as Mr. Buckley would be willing to partake with his client and bring the information forward.
Or at least send a report every Monday.
We can
before
only ask for that. We can't demand that, I don't believe, so.
But we can request an update,
Right.
yes.
Mr. Buckley, you still with us?
Perhaps not.
I am, and I think that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And just before we move on, I do have to tell you that I did have childcare issues tonight. So unfortunately, in 10 minutes' time, I am going to have to leave, just because my mother-in-law could only watch the kids for so long.
Before we wrap up, I would just say, and I can't imagine, this is obviously a frustrating situation for you folks. It's been frustrating for the board too. And I think just to put a little context into this, I can sense that some of you folks feel now like, oh my God, we're having this issue that nobody else is having. And right now that's true. And the reason is because we really don't have subdivisions of this scope or scale here in Foxborough anymore. Certainly 20, 25 years ago, it was not uncommon for a build-out to take upwards of a decade sometimes, especially if there were problems either in the financial end or in logistics or topography or any of those things. So we have seen this type of situation before. You just don't see it that much anymore. And I'm sure that makes it even more frustrating than I can imagine. So we'll do what we can. I like poke and prod. That's a good approach.
Thank you guys for coming in. Appreciate it.
Good night.
You too. Okay, it being some time past, oh wait, we still have another couple of items here. Land use and economic development hiring process. So I've been asked by by Paige Duncan, town manager, to be one of the people who's going to be reviewing the applicants who have put their name in, and we'd like to choose another member of the board to participate as well. I'm open to hear input from anybody who thinks they'd like to spend time and work on that.
I'd be willing to do it if anybody else doesn't want to do it, so.
I'm open to,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not. Whatever.
Rocks, paper, scissors?
Yeah.
We have.
We need to vote on it, I think.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we have a few candidates that have applied. The deadline of application was last Monday, and we have very good candidates that have applied for the job, which we're very excited about. So the plan is to try to move fast because of vacation issues. You know, we don't want to delay this.
Right.
So the plan is to have the initial interviews by telephone on Monday afternoon.
This coming Monday?
This coming
Okay.
Monday, yes.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Does that work for you?
Can 3 do it? Can you vote for 3?
We can, I'm sorry, we can only have 2.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have to post it.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yes, because it'll be quorum,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, it might be on Monday, it might be in person, it might be via Zoom.
Okay.
So are we going to, do we have to take a vote, or are we going to just appoint someone?
Yeah. It says on the agenda, discuss/vote, so I assume you have to vote.
Okay. So, well, because Ron was the first one to say he was interested, I'll accept a nomination from him and ask if any members would like to vote in the positive to his applying for that.
Well, I'd make that in the form of a motion.
Okay.
That the board appoint Ron Bressi to serve on the working committee to review applicants for the new planner's position, or, sorry, director of land use.
And economic development.
There we go.
And supreme overlord of zoning.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Very good.
See you on Monday, buddy.
All right, see you then.
And then for the associate vacancy, Catherine alluded to it. Gary Whitehouse was the only person that submitted an application to be an associate member for the planning board. So we are scheduling a joint meeting with the select board to appoint Gary on August 18th at 7:05. If the majority of you could attend, that would be greatly appreciated.
I think down here.
Is there a vote on the minutes?
Not yet.
August. Nope, I'm not here.
Okay. All right, well, let's, I'll send an email and then you can.
I'm sure a
everyone can confirm.
majority of board members can make that.
August. Those are all dates I'm not around.
All right.
Oh, boy. Fun.
All right, well, we'll work out.
Okay, so at 7:05, the hearing is, they have requested an open continuance because the project has to change. So we will repost the hearing notice and send notifications.
So we don't have
when
an
the new,
actual
yeah, we don't
date
have
yet?
to
Okay.
act on that.
Okay.
If the 18th, Gabby, if we don't have a quorum, just give me a call. I'm only going to be in Plymouth, so I can come up.
Then the next agenda item is a public hearing site plan review, 151 Moore Street, to construct a 2,520 square foot, one-story building for storage of trucks and equipment by Aaron and Jean Fine. For informational purposes only, I do need to disclose that Mr. Fine does landscaping for my company, Maker Realty and Development, but I don't think there's a reason for me to recuse based on that.
Chairman and members of the board, for the record, my name is Cameron Gray, and I'm with the Collin Group. Here on behalf of our client, Aaron and Jeannie Fine, for our project at 151 Moore Street. If I could share my screen, I'll put up the site plan that everyone's hopefully looking at. So 151 Moore Street is located on the western side of Moore Street. It's located behind the old glue factory at 131 Moore Street. And it's accessed through a right-of-way off Moore Street. The property is one of 3 lots created through a Form A, reviewed and approved by the board in December of 2021. The property is located within the general industrial zoning district and is bordered by vacant land to the north, commercial properties to the okay. All right, so as I was saying, so the properties bordered by vacant land to the north, commercial properties to the east and south, and conservation land to the west. The majority of this property currently serves as a contractor's yard for fine landscaping. So you'll see through on the existing conditions plan. Is that one working? Okay. Yep, the light's on. Okay. Okay, so this site functions as a contractor's yard. So you'll see on the existing conditions plan, there's a variety of temporary structures on this site, as well as material piles throughout the site. So this site is an active contractor's yard, so it's constantly changing out there. These structures can move, and these material piles are always constantly moving, as is part of his business. So it's mulch piles, loom piles, varying stuff out there. So there's wetlands located in the southern corner of this property, and also off the property to the west. And then we're proposing the construction of a 60 by 42 foot building in the eastern portion of the property. So as well as relocating some of those temporary structures around the proposed building. This proposed building will consist of a garage with overhead doors providing access for trucks and equipment. Per the zoning, we're required to have 2 parking spaces, but seeing as this site functions as a contractor's yard with predominantly open space, given the locations of the stockpiles, materials, and temporary structures may change periodically, I don't show fixed parking spaces, but there's adequate area here for him to park vehicles. This site isn't intended to be accessed by the public. He strictly uses it for storage of equipment and materials. Access to the site will continue to be over the right-of-way from Moore Street. This site is currently and will continue to be serviced by Porta-Johns, and there's no existing water out here currently. So the drainage for this project will consist of roof runoff drainage, and we're proposing infiltration trenches located on either side of the proposed building. The runoff will be considered clean since it's coming from a roof, so there's no pretreatment or anything that we need to do for this. This site, if you've ever been out there, has been obviously previously developed and consists mostly of a gravel area. So I didn't have to do much in terms of stormwater here because of that. The only additional impervious we're adding is the new building, as well as relocating some of the proposed temporary structures that are off the property onto the property. So it was just dealing with essentially the new impervious from the roof. So a natural buffer will be maintained in the western portion of the property. We're proposing a 10-foot buffer strip along the northern property line. And in the eastern portion of the property, we're going to be utilizing a 10-foot buffer strip as well as a chain link fence. And on the southern property line, there's an existing chain link fence already there. Due to the limited scope of this project, we're not proposing any erosion control. This garage is simply proposed to be a slab on grade here. And aside from the plantings, there's not much work going on out here. So with that, this site is going to continue to function as a contractor's yard, and I could answer any questions or comments the board may have.
Honestly, I don't think I have any.
So on the last page, L1, is that the last page? You show plantings around the perimeter. Are they existing, or are they going to be put in?
So those are the proposed plantings for the buffer strip.
I don't have any further questions. Anybody else?
Nope.
Do you have anything, Jeff?
No. Cam, I haven't had a chance to walk through that cover package, but does the applicant own this property?
Yes, so he owns this property.
Cam, you're filing with the Conservation Commission, correct?
Yeah, so a small portion of this proposed planting area is within the buffer zone. So we filed a request for a determination with conservation. We walked the site, but we haven't gotten before them yet. It's not the upcoming meeting, but I believe the following meeting will be going before them.
The site's always been used for machines, so nothing's changing for neighbors.
No.
Grain lots, yeah.
No, he'll still continue to operate as he currently is, which
Okay.
is just as that contractor yard.
As a former neighbor of this property, I am very happy with all the cleanup that they've done, because there was a lot of trailers, there was
This
a
was the
lot
one
of
that had a lot of
junk.
trailers, yeah.
It was terrible, so I'm glad to see that, even though I don't live there anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Need a motion to close.
Yeah, I'd second that.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, 151 Moore Street.
Second?
Those in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the plan as presented, 151 Moore Street. Any conditions?
With standard
With the
conditions.
standard conditions.
I second.
Those in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. And finally, 7:15 PM, we have a continued public hearing special permit for 10 Wall Street, redevelopment from commercial to mixed use for Sam Labib.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. So,
Lovely here with
before you
Mr.
start,
Labib.
because I own property on Central Street, the jewelry store and the bagel shop, I would probably be considered an abutter, but I will say that Mr. Habib's is quite a distance from where we are. Or it's not even me, I am the owner of the property, but not a tenant in the property. So I'm not sure whether I really need to recuse. I've gotten various points of view about it, but I don't think I mean,
I
perhaps,
got the package, so I guess you're in.
I guess I'm not recusing, but that's okay. I'm open-minded to whatever plan Mr. B would like to submit, so,
We have no objection.
thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is John Lovely. I'm here with Sam Labib, and Bill Buckley is with us as well by Zoom. So this is a continuation of the project to be built, hopefully, at 10 Wall Street. Quick refresher, because we made the bulk of the presentation on July 11th. This is the old Raycraft Press building. It's, well, we've all driven by it 1,000 times, so we know what it looks like. It's not a very attractive building right now. So what Sam is proposing to do is to put a full-service restaurant on the first floor and 3 three-bedroom apartments on the second floor. One of the reasons why we had, well, the primary reason I think we had to continue the initial hearing was that the architect that started with the project became ill and he went out on sick leave. And the timing was such that it was literally coming right up on meeting time. So that the original plan that was submitted quite a while ago with Mr. Buckley's submission, now we have a new architect. His name is Jamie Hughes. He's from Colwell Group. We brought Mr. Hughes on board as quickly as we could, and I must say that maybe this delay, in hindsight, will prove to be a bit of a benefit, because the submission, the new plan that I submitted last Thursday, the full-size set plus 8 tabloids, I think represents an important improvement to the design. First, as to design review, we met with them on Monday. The meeting went very well. I've seen the comments that the chair sent to Mr. Shippey, and we were pleased. The design review board did ask for the courtesy of a look at what our signage will look like, how the lettering is going to show, maybe some reverse lighting. We're happy to do that. So we'll work with them to show them what ultimately it's going to look like. Another important development, and Bill, if you wouldn't mind, could you put up the kitchen layout? There it is. Okay. Thank you, Bill. The initial plan, the kitchen was to the right, to the side, and the bar was in the back. Mr. Hughes has proposed to flip that, and I think with a much cleaner, better design, he's put the restaurant kitchen to the rear, and you can see where in the middle of the space he's placed the bar. The initial plan, the guesstimated count on the seats was 71. This is a little bit more, it's 82. There's ample available parking. There were 93 spaces according to Mr. Buckley's calculation. We needed 16 for 71 seats, so we fully believe and expect that there's more than ample parking because of its location, proximity to town parking, public parking. So I'm very pleased with the new design. And I know the board had one question about dumpster location, and at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Buckley. He can bring you up to date with his change, and then we can entertain any questions.
So let me share with the board the rendering that we had from the last meeting, but we'll revise it somewhat, and this goes with your site plan. So let me zoom in a little bit, the area that we're talking about. So in one of the last meetings, we had some comments about dumpster usage, and we went back and looked at that, and we're talking about maybe what we could use, consolidate the dumpsters, and use the ones that are currently being used by the Foxborough House of Pizza. And then we decided that the dumpster, it's appropriate for it to be on site because it's going to be a restaurant. Winter time could be tough weather. buildings could be sold. So just to keep it clean, we've put a dumpster pad on the back of this site. It's two dumpsters on a 20 by 10 concrete pad with a slatted slatted chain link fence. The number of parking spaces remains the same, which is the required amount for the three bedroom units, 1.5 per bedroom, so it's a total of 4.5. So we have 5 here, one of which is handicap accessible. We changed the configuration a little bit, pretty much the same, but we've also added a stop line coming in from Wall Street, and then we're adding a wall-mounted stop sign. The reason for that is because we have vehicles backing up into the driveway, which is allowed. It's not allowed on a street, but in a driveway it is. But this adds an element of safety for anybody backing up there. So there will be a stop sign. With the amount of traffic we anticipate, it should not be an issue. And so those are the changes that we've made since then. And John has gone over the major changes, which is the interior of the building. I'll stop right there.
So, Bill, if I may ask, the 5 spaces that are there, are they designated for residential, the residences of the apartments, or they would be available to the hospitality area as well?
So Mr. Shippey added a comment about that, I believe, and suggested that we mark those spaces as residential, not exclusive to the people who live in the building, because that's in the easement area, and that's the workaround where we involved town council, got an opinion, and instead of building a structure and literally revoking the easement, we'll leave it in place and simply allow those 5 spaces to be used for residential parking.
And so should we assume that the restaurant patrons will probably be using the existing space area there, where behind the retail, et cetera, stores that are on the main plot?
I think that's reasonable. There's some street parking out in front of the post office. There's access to town hall. And then, of course, there's street parking along Central Street. It really fits quite nicely in the center overlay district because it's walkable and it's adding places for people to live, another restaurant.
Mr. Buckley, how wide is the driveway between the buildings?
About 20 feet. It's one way. It's listed as one way.
Okay. Would a speed hump be prudent in there? Might not be a bad idea.
I don't think that would be a problem.
I mean, I don't know if speed is an issue pulling in there. And I know that plow guys hate them. And the town is also, and the town's responsible for plowing that. But if that's something that the board wanted, I mean, we could do that.
Bill, is that driveway, or John, is that driveway, the vehicles exit onto Wall Street is not an entering driveway, isn't it?
I believe it's coming off. Yeah, you go in.
In from Wall Street into,
Wall Street,
okay, all right.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes, yeah. That's supposed to be what they do.
Okay.
That's how it's marked.
Yeah, that's what I was asking because I think I've done it the opposite.
Yeah, me too.
Honestly, I think from our point of view, it's pretty straightforward stuff.
I think that the most input that we really wanted was the design review, and if they were satisfied with the design, I think that's a big step.
So
And the,
either Mr. Lovely or Mr. Buckley, I mean, do you think there's any conflict with the original intent of the parking that was designed and is now owned by the town, more or less, behind all the retail stores?
I don't think so, and this is why the town manager involved town council. We've been at this for 2 years.
Right.
So we've been moving the ball for a bit, and this was the solution that we thought was consistent with the way it's been used. Because the alternative would be build a little parking garage and then literally revoke the easement. And that's, I don't know, that feels to me like excess, you know. Just, it's going to be improved, it's going to look better, and remain a parking area, just, which is what it is now. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Although it will be interesting at some point, I'm sure residential tenants are going to come out and find someone parked in the space that they think is their space. But that's the way it goes.
right. Because are you gonna
Put a lawn
allow,
chair there.
And
South Boston.
Selfie. Yeah, exactly.
are there gonna be, when you add, I guess for the apartments, are you going to advertise it as, 2 parking spaces per unit, or how?
no, you can't.
You're not,
In the
so it's
leases,
just no parking, it's, okay.
we would
That you would have
indicate
that.
that they're not exclusive use parking spaces. They have access to them, but as do others, residential use. That's the workaround.
Sounds like a paperwork of mine to me.
Well, we didn't involve shovels or machines.
Right.
No, it was just-
That's okay. I'm
That's
sure it'll be
expensive.
fine.
That's expensive.
I'd make a motion that we close the public hearing for a special permit request application at 10 Wall Street.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve?
Jeff, you're on the roll.
I'd make a motion that board approve the application for special permit for a commercial mixed-use development at 10 Wall Street. Sam Labib, the applicant,
With standard conditions.
with standard conditions.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Good to go, Sam.
Much. Okay. Now we put
I'll
the
be by for
shovels.
dinner next week.
Yeah, have that done.
Get going.
Have a good day.
So before we go, we have a couple of items. One of them is a lot release for 438 South Street subdivision. When we did the lot releases, we included only lots 1 and 2, but we also needed to release parcel A. So this lot release request is for parcel A, which is where the road would be. So the lot where the driveway is. That it's to be deeded to one of the lots as ownership by them. So I need
And what's the address again?
438 South Street is the Peterson subdivision.
Got it.
And obviously, I have a conflict there and will be recusing myself.
So this is a 2-lot subdivision that we approved last year.
Okay.
So somebody can make a motion to
I'll make that motion.
release the lot,
Yes.
parcel A.
I'll make a motion to release the lots.
Yeah, it's just one lot, actually, parcel A.
Is there a second?
Second?
Second. Oh.
All those,
Danielle got it first.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None.
Thank you. And the other item is the minutes for June 11th. Has anybody had a chance to read them?
Everybody cool?
Yeah.
Move approval of the minutes for July 11th,
A second?
as submitted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I
Thank you.
Thank you.
move to adjourn.
I'll second that.
Aye.
He speaks.
Up, baby.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.